Can you guys see? Okay, YouTube stream is on. I'm gonna take this, oh god, off my desk. Oh my goodness, that's so heavy. Oh. Okay, right here. Okay, you guys. I haven't done a keyboard review stream in a little bit. I think the Nyawais was the last one. Oh, so Nyawais was about a month ago. I shipped out that package and it got lost. And we thought that it was just like gone forever until Diego DM'd me, was like, 2 days ago, did they tell you that the Nyawais package started moving again? So it was like lost in Atlanta, but then they like checked it in and it's on its way back to Diego. But Diego's also moving soon, so I was just like, oh my god, I hope it's actually like still in the case. I hope it's like actually there. But yeah. Isn't that so crazy? Yeah, right. I just hope it's in the box. Okay. Alright. All the streams have been started. Alright, so today we're going to be checking out the new mode Encore. They reached out to me and asked me if I'd be interested in checking it out. So we're going to be looking at it. We actually built, and we reviewed an Encore before, but this is the 2026 version, and what's new of this one is it has the crown mounting system. There is a video that they released a little bit ago if we wanted to watch that, but let's just open this first and, you know, see what it's all about. Yeah, so I was told that this is not like the final packaging, like pre-production packaging. That is not representative of final packaging, but apparently it's like fairly close, right? Yeah. Yeah, we'll watch that. We'll watch that while I am doing stabilizers. How about that? Yeah, let's open it. Hold on. Let me move this over here. Okay. Oh my god. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, so looks like I have a lot of little bags. Comes with lubricant, keycap, switch remover, stabilizers, the crown mounting system here. Also, if you want to look at these trays, they look like that. Oh, here's the plates. Oh. Oh. Here's the PCB. Okay. Take this off. Oh, and then here's the board. Oh my gosh. You know what this reminds me of? This kind of reminds me of, you know, like the engineer students that are supposed to like build a chair out of cardboard for their like final project. So they think of very creative ways to use cardboard to build the chair. That's kind of what this reminds me of. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna close this for now. We'll come back to it, but it's almost like a shoebox too. Yeah, right. Okay. Here's the board. Let's open it. Ooh. Look at the color we got. Whoa. Let me actually see. I didn't see how many colors there are. Hmm. So with this Encore, I think this is so Matthew and Cena, like he is actually part of the mode team now. But it looks like there's black sesame, matcha cream, mocha mushroom, Monterey Dune, and Studio Light. Yeah, so 5 different colors. Looks like they all, except one, so 4 of them use a maple top, except for Monterey Dune, which uses a oak top. And then everything else is going to be aluminum. So I don't know if you guys remember the previous Encores, but this is like a wooden accent. So a majority of the case is actually going to be aluminum, but the top piece, so the wooden piece, is actually more of like an accent. And that way you don't really have to worry about warping. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if they're selling interchangeable tops, but I have seen a few people do so. But yeah, 5 different colors. Yeah, looks like the newest thing with this one. Using our new crown mount system. Yeah. The Encore draws inspiration from classic mechanical keyboards with thick bezels and a chamfered cherry-style front edge. These familiar forms are reimagined with contrasting materials and refined lines, creating a striking yet minimal profile on your desk. Cool. Alright. Let me take a picture and then post it on Instagram and everything else, and then we'll just look at it. A few people DM'd me asking me if I will still be reviewing keyboards, and the answer is yes. I kind of I did post a story about it on Instagram, but essentially it's more like I still I still want to build keyboards, but the hobby has changed a lot, and brands are prioritizing short form content, or when it comes to like long form, like more YouTube or Twitch, right? Um, it's not as prominent anymore. I think YouTube is still very strong, but in terms of Twitch, I think it's mostly just like supplement. Um, but while I do everything, my short form is like obviously my short form content platforms, I don't have as many followers. So I understand like why brands are shifting towards that. So it it's not that I don't want to build keyboards, it's just like I might not have the pull that brands are looking for, right? Because it's like, I don't want to say less people watch Twitch these days, because like that's not true in a lot of like areas, but in terms of keyboards, like the amount of streamers that there are now are definitely a lot less. And so like I would love to build more keyboards. However, you know, overall the hobby has shifted quite dramatically. Or maybe not dramatically, but the hobby has like shifted. So I just might not be like the right fit for some of these brands anymore, is basically what I'm trying to say. And it's like a little sad, but I get it. You know, I'm a very realistic person when it comes to that, so I'm like not surprised, you know. But TLDR, like I would love to continue reviewing keyboards for sure. if brands want to continue working with me. And, you know, KBD still reaches out to me, so does Canon Keys, Mode. But in terms of smaller or like smaller designers, just like a little bit more, it's more rare these days. Because if you have like a limited marketing budget, right, you're gonna want to work with like the people who you think are gonna be most effective or bigger reach. So long story short, like, yeah, I am still building keyboards if I'm reached out by, you know, vendors or designers or clients. But it has definitely cut down like a lot. And plus, like, I do other stuff too these days. I really love like my ceramics. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I love my ceramics. I love filming it. I love editing. I just love everything about it. But I get like if people don't want to see that stuff because it's like not what they followed me for. But thankfully, like a lot of people have been really nice about it. Okay. Let's say this is gonna be what, a 3 hour stream? Okay. Alright. It has been posted. Okay, so let's look at the case. Alright. So mode Encore 2026. So I think the biggest change is going to be the mounting system, but in terms of what I remember, it's been a really long time, but from what I remember, still very similar concept. But here is the top case, so you can see the wooden accent on top, and then you see the aluminum case. This one is the, oh, it has a name, Studio Light. So this is going to be a middle is silver aluminum, bottom, or middle is white aluminum and bottom is silver aluminum, with the top piece being a maple, right? So these cutouts you see in the case, this is for like the switches, right? For the PCB. You do have this arrow blocker, so 65%. You do have this nice lip right here, very dramatic lip, which I think is personally very comfortable, but it is like the split case, right? And and it's kind of like an illusion in the sense of, you know, you look at this from the top and you'd say that, oh, a majority of the case looks like it's going to be wooden, but it's kind of like an illusion. The majority of the case is actually aluminum, but it's because this accent piece is on top and, you know, takes up a little bit more than half of the piece. But when you look at it the side, you'll see, you know, it's actually just a small part of the case, right? Hello, Pressy. Looks like you do have the daughter board right here. And then this is, we know that logo. If you know, you know. But the case overall is really beautiful. I've always wanted an Encore for myself personally, but super nice, right? And then it does have rather thick bezels, especially the top and bottom being slightly thicker than like the sides, right? We already mentioned the arrow blocker, but here's the side. Ooh, okay, so you can see, so it's actually different colors, right? So the middle is going to be the white aluminum, and then the bottom is going to be a silver. It's not quite as obvious like looking far away, but you can kind of see the slight contrast. I have really bright lighting, so it might not be as apparent, but if you look here, you can see that's the white and that's a silver, right? So it's kind of interesting what they did here. So when you look at it from the side, it's actually three-toned, right? So you have the wood, you have the white, and you have the silver. Hello, what's up? And then there's also the split right here, right? So there's a very prominent split right here, and then you can also see that. So it's not quite like a seamless design. You can see there's a very distinct like separation between the top pieces and the bottom pieces, or you could say the mid piece really like separating, right, the two. But here you can see the front lip and how dramatic it is, and it overhangs the bottom piece. And you can see this angle, this sharp angle right here, right? So from this side, you can really see the separation of like the different materials. And I think all of them have something similar where it's actually going to be a three-colored side, except for Monterey Dune. Monterey Dune is the only colorway where the middle and the bottom piece are going to be the same. It's also the only one that uses the oak top, whereas all the other colorways use the maple top. So yeah, that's the side. Here's the back. Whoa, so I've always loved this backing, right? So it kind of, maybe this is weird, it kind of reminds me of like an amphitheater, like a stage, right? But you do have this, and then you have like the steep drop off, right, towards the USB side, right? It's not just like a flat back, right? So you have the branding right here with the mode, right? So it's like mode in the center of the stage almost. And then you do have this like smooth curvy. So this does not have any, let's see. Yeah, so it's just going to be one solid piece. And then with the feet, it looks like it's going to be friction fitted, so not adhesive. And it's also hidden underneath the screws right here. So here's the feet. So 4 case screws, right? And then these feet are actually like vertical, right? They're like pills. Pills. Pill shaped. But that's the back. And then here's the USB port side. So centered USB does use a daughter board, right? Centered USB. Ooh, so here you can see wooden accent, middle piece, bottom piece, right? And then here is the front cherry lip. So once again, you can see the overhang of the top piece, the very dramatic cherry lip. And then you can see bottom piece, mid piece, but you can't see the top, the wooden accent. I hate how ads take like 15 seconds after you enter stream before they kick in. Yeah, it does do that. Let's take this apart. How are you doing? Hello, Frank. I'm gonna take off my rings. You're happy? Would you like to share why you're happy? You don't have to. Just curious. Oh, Knicks versus the Spurs. What a comeback, right? That game was wild, yeah. My friend actually went to that game. But you know, I'm from Texas, so Spurs have a special place in my heart. How much did I spend? I don't know. Oh, one thing to mention is that the screws are actually different lengths. So you can see like these two are for the top piece, but then these are for like the bottom screws. So the top piece is going to be a little longer, right? How much did they spend? I don't know. I didn't ask. All right, so looking at the internal of the case, looks like there is a built-in force brake already, right? So you can see it almost looks like velvet pads, but you can see it's all around the case, right? So the screw points, it's gonna be, yeah, pretty much all over. And then this is just the one solid piece, as you can see. I don't know yet, Kapo. I don't know yet. I was just gonna wing it as I went. Sorry. I wish, I wish I do. No, no, it's good that you're ahead of yourself. I'm just behind. Frank, thank you for the prime. How's your One Piece journey going? US is up 3-0 right now. Yeah. You know, back in my day, I used to be a very big Clint Dempsey fan. Like, I had his jersey and everything. Okay. So, the 4 screws keep the bottom piece to the mid piece. And then looking at the wooden accent, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces. So on top of having these like force brake pads, there are also these silicone inserts around the case. I guess also for padding and stuff, or for the screws. Are you a sports enjoyer? I can be, but not on my own accord. I was mostly into that stuff because my ex-boyfriend was into it. And I grew up in Texas, so football was like a very big thing. My sister is really into pickleball. But I personally am I'm a couch potato. I I used to play ultimate frisbee. I used to be on intramural soccer. I used to be very like active, and then I would watch it. So I kind of understand, you know, a lot of the stuff, but I mean obviously I not anymore. So here's the wooden accent, right? Here's the wooden piece. And so I don't know if you guys can see these parts, but there's 4 here, and these act as anchors that fit in right here, right? And then the screws for the top and the mid piece actually are threaded, right? So you don't have to worry about stripping it. You can see they're threaded. Yeah, I used to have pink cleats, so you could always see me in the field. Like I was that person. I was a tryhard. So this one you can see it just kind of slides in. Look at that. And it keeps it in place, right? So it anchors. But then you can slide it off or just like take it off, right? But it's really nice that there are anchor points for that, and also they're threaded. Cool. But yeah, that's the case deconstructed. It looks like, can I take these off? No. Looks like these are adhesed on, but if you look right here, right, you can see the silicone bits right here. Whoop. Whoop, whoop. I'll talk about the mounting whenever we're assembling everything, but looks like, okay, so if you look at the top piece really closely, you see how it has this like little, this like thin edge. So this goes over the bottom piece, and this is what helps keep it aligned. So it really does just go over. It's not just like aesthetic, but you can see it has this like really tiny ledge, and that will just fit over here, so you can see it doesn't move. Okay, so lots of things like incorporated into the case to make sure that, you know, nothing shifts, right? And I think that's good. I think anchor points are always really good. Yeah. So that is the case. We'll look at the PCB. So 65% PCB. Let me see. Are they going to have... Da, 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 da. Trying to see if they're gonna have multiple PCBs, but the one that they sent me is hot swap. I need to double check if it's all gonna be hot swap. I'm assuming so. Oh, this board starts at $2.99. Apparently the mocha mushroom is all sold out. 4 plate materials, you're gonna have palm, carbon fiber, copper, and aluminum. You can pick switches or no switches. There's stabilizers. You can also pick keycaps. Okay, yeah. So it's just the PCBs looks like it's. Oh, you have both. Nice. You have both hot swap and solder. Looks like layout is going to be the same for both as well. So, looking at layout, you can do step to regular caps lock. You could do 7 or 6.25 U spacebar, and then you could do oh, oh, oh. Oh, okay, okay. Sorry. I was like, wait, no. Oh, it says it's gonna have split backspace, but this one does not. Okay. So on the website, it says it will have split backspace, but this PCB does not. So that threw me off a little bit. That's okay though. That's okay. But for the production unit, apparently there is going to be split backspace, right? And then here is the back. So where the cable would go into, there is a physical reset button right here, designed by Gondo. Hot swap sockets, no LEDs of any sort, not even for the caps. Oh wait, there is. There is. It's at the bottom. I'm pretty sure these are very... Hold on. Let me double check. These look like tiny LEDs. Super tiny. Did they send the keycaps? Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, they did. I don't have all the plates. I have 2 of the plates. I have the, yeah, I only have 2 of the plates. Of what? Is that weird? I have the carbon fiber and the copper plate. I don't use copper plates often. You know what plates, or you know what keycaps I really like? I really like PVT. Like Novel Keys PVT. I think they feel and sound really nice. But maybe I'm biased. These look like tiny LEDs. They are tiny LEDs! Okay, so there is, was it? there are LEDs on the back. I use milkshake, cherry milkshake. Okay, well, now that has been solved. Yeah, there are LEDs in the back. And then there's also standoffs, if you guys can see right here. Standoffs. And then looking at the plates, you do have 4 plate options. I have 2 here. I have the carbon fiber and a copper. So you can see. Ooh. So here's like where I would mount. Like here are the 4 standoff locations. Aye. And then this is really nice. Here's this one. The carbon fiber one. I did get a comment on YouTube. So there's this person who just found me, and they've been commenting a lot on my videos. Not anything bad, but they did mention like how they wish reviewers would do like builds with foam and no foam. And if you've watched me for a long time, you guys know that I try to do as many mountings as I can. And the only reason why I wouldn't do a configuration is if like foam is not available, or if I am seriously like offered 5 plates and I'm just like I can't, like I'll try, like I think the most I've done has been like 4 plates, but right, I try to do as many configurations as I can, but I have kind of cut back a little bit on that, but mostly because like there are other reviewers who will also do the same thing, and I always feel like those streams, it feels like a long marathon, not only for you guys, but for me. Of course, I get it's helpful, and, you know, there are certain configs people want to see, but I just want you guys to know that if it's within my power, I typically will do all the configs, and if I don't do something for whatever reason, it's because either the board didn't come with foam, or I didn't get the plate, or I got everything and I just really had to be selective about what I did or what I built. So just to kind of like explain it for you guys. But I would like to watch the mode video. So before I explain the crown mounting system, I was just gonna play the video for you guys while I do stabilizers, so you guys can get a direct explanation. And then once I assemble the board, I will go back and reiterate so that we can kind of see it in person, right? But yeah, hope that's all right. I'm gonna start doing stabilizers while I put up the video, and then you guys can watch it and see how it goes. If you guys haven't heard of this new mounting system, you pull it up. Also, hi Aggie, how you doing? Okay, I did my top down so you guys know I'm still here. We'll just watch this real quick. It's a 22-minute video, so good luck. I'll be here providing commentary. fancy looking spring. Oh no, I'm just doing stabilizers while we watch this. dropping pieces. Frank. I'm doing stabilizers while I watch this video. Don't worry, I laughed. I chuckled. You guys can listen to this while I grab my switches. Oh, what's this? What the heck? Okay, I am done with the stabilizers. So I've been meaning to buy new switches, but let me just make sure I have enough here. Wow. Wow, what? Well, I told you guys I was gonna do stabilizers while you guys watched that. Dang. No, these are poke blues, but they don't have enough. I've been meaning to buy more switches, but dang. Is there a switch you guys would like to hear that's not MX Blacks? Isn't here HMX? Oh, I end up reusing a lot of switches. Let me go grab them. Hold on. Okay, so I have a few options here. Okay. I have MX purples, which are tactile. I don't remember what these are, but they're also a tactile. These are the wing tree switches, from, hold on. These are from Unikeys. Let me see if they still have them. These are the wing tree uni linear switches. So I have 2 tactiles and 1 linear. These are... I'm not going to use these. These are a little crunchy. Let's see here. Oh, this one's also Unikey. Yeah, so I have that one. I have this white one. It says Unikeys. Oh, I have the udon. So I have these are Bison udon. So we have the wing tree unilinears, or we have the Unikeys X Bison udons, or we have MX purples. Hold on, ouch, I have a... Ouch. Yeah. We could do, can you do a poll, Insty, for me? I like, slid my finger against something. Ouch. I don't have a keyboard, so I can't do a poll, so if one of my mods can do a poll for me. We have Udon, Uni, or MX Purples. We have these 3. I also have Nixies, but I don't like Nixies, so I probably am... I wouldn't be able to give you, like, valuable feedback, I think. Okay. Okay. So we watched the video on the round mounting system, and so now that we kind of have an idea of like everything, so that's what we saw earlier with these little silicone inserts, right? So it looks like they did end up going for the 8 mounting points, so 4 on the top, 4 on the bottom. Here are the parts, but all the pieces for the mounting system are actually in this little box. So this was like slid in like this, right? And when you open it, boop, right, you can see all the pieces here. What? Hold on. What? You wanna go back? Where'd you get thrown out? I tell you to go away. There you go. Okay, sorry. Alright, so we can look at this part. Ooh. Let me pull up the names just so I make sure I don't say anything wrong. Because I feel like I tend to do that. Okay, so the summary of the video, I'm just going to read this from the website. The crown mounting system connects the plate and the PCB assembly to the chassis using a wave spring, silicone spool, a brushing stacked on a custom shoulder bolt at each of the 8 mounting points. So to kind of break it down for you, we have the 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom. Okay, so this thing is just one giant part. Okay, so you can see this one is the shoulder bolt, right? And you can see that, you see, oh, right here, right? This is the part, this bottom part is the part that screws into the case, but it actually has this wider part that stops it. So that prevents you from screwing it all the way in. And the reason that they did that is to prevent, basically the spring needs room to move. And if this were a screw that you can screw all the way in and compress the spring, then it would kind of defeat the point of the whole mounting system. Okay, so this is going to be like your main component, right? The shoulder bolt. So it has this little part that will stop it, right? So I'll screw this part in so you guys can see what that looks like. Okay. So right here you can see that is oh my god, my camera's like, I don't like this. You can see that's as far as it will go. Okay, like it won't go any further down. And then in this like pocket, right, that's where the wave spring and the silicone spool will sit. Okay, so here if you see, that is the wave spring. Okay, so it's different from your typical spring, which is mostly just like a coil, right? Like a singular coil that spins up. This one is like a combination, right? So you can see that. Looks like a wave. All right. And then the spring is on the silicone spool, right? So it almost looks like a spool of string. Okay. And the shoulder bolt, it would just go through here, but then you have the brushing. So this part, I'm assuming it's this part, yeah. So you have this little piece that basically attaches onto the bottom, and it says keeping movement smooth and guided without binding or chatter, right? So this piece is actually going to be like a little harder, whereas like this part is very soft, okay? And then this part is the crown fastener, right? So this part, not only the shoulder bolt, but the crown fastener, okay. So the concept is, you know, like the knob on a watch. So kind of similar concept. So you combine all of this together like this. And this is your crown mounting system. Okay, so you can see how this still allows like compression. Do you see that? Okay, so all these pieces together, so uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 4 components. And then you would take this and you would screw it into these top mount spots for those who, just to give you guys familiar terms. And then if you look on the top case, they actually have these like little silicone pieces right here. So this is soft, but if you look, this is where like the brushing would fit in right here, like so. Okay, so whoop, 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 whoop. So this is what it would end up looking like. So this is what it would end up looking like. You guys could see that. Sorry, my camera is just like, girl, what are you trying to do? Yeah, so this is what it would end up looking like. And if you're wondering like, oh, where does it go? So it connects the plate and the PCB. So you can see that part, right? So let me just put on the switches and then we'll put this on. Yeah, it's a pretty intricate mounting style. I am pretty excited to see how it feels. Are we really doing MX purples? Ugh. I mean, it's fine. Da, 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 da. Yeah, we're gonna do copper first. Yes. And see, do you know how to change my category? Or is that a couple job? Okay, change it to just chatting. Good job. It's... Oh my goodness. She's about to... Oh god. They gave us keycaps, but should I use some yellow ones I just got? No, I should use the mode keycaps. I just got some yellow ones in and they're like super cute. I haven't bought keycaps in a while, but... Hi Chris, what's up? Anthracite? Andesite? I'm probably saying that wrong. Yeah, we're building a keyboard today. Rare keyboard builds, apparently. A few people think. I guess I guess people are under the impression that I like don't review keyboards anymore. I got the DMK ones. They're really cute. Unikeys had like a big sale and I got them then. DMK duck. DMK duck. It's so cute. I love it. Yeah. I actually gave away most of my full-size keyboards. I had a friend basically reach out and be like, hey, I know you have a lot of keyboards. Do you have a full-size one? And the only one I have left is a pink one. I'm like, it's pink. Is that okay? It's pink. But he was like, yeah, I don't care. That's fine. Like, oh, okay. It's the Athena, which is an 1800. Yes. I actually gave Connor a keyboard to take into the office. And kind of sweet, but apparently Connor talks a lot about me at the office. Um well, because okay, I've been trying to wake up early or basically stay up late so that in the mornings I can make him a small breakfast and also give him matcha. Just because, like, to help him make it through, like, the workday because he has to be there at 9 a.m. So I will make him a delicious egg-based breakfast with matcha. Um, so he'll, like, take the matcha to work. And I guess he's like talked about me at work where he's just like, oh yeah, my girlfriend, she has like a side matcha business and she also makes ceramics. She also builds keyboards. And apparently someone's like, oh damn, your girlfriend has like, she does a lot. But that was like a very surprising comment to me because I mean, it's just like having hobbies. Like, is it a lot? I don't really know. I just feel like I don't do that much, right, in general. Um, but yeah, so they're apparently his coworkers just think that I'm like always doing something. Um, so it's like my matcha business. I um I built him a keyboard and he brought it to work and they're like, wow, because he asked if he could bring his own keyboard, but there's like some security risks with that apparently because you can like put programs. And so their cyber team has to basically check it and make sure that there's like no programs added onto it. I didn't know this was like a thing. And so he like asked them like, "Hey, can I bring in my own keyboard?" And they were like, "Oh, we can buy you one. Like just tell us which one you want." And he's like, "No, my girlfriend, she builds keyboards and like she's gonna give me one, right?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, well you have to bring it to the cyber team and they have to check it." And they were basically like, "Yeah, you can't have like macro. You can't download like a macro program or anything like that." Um, so he brought the keyboard in and he actually messaged me and he was like, "Hey, the keyboard is really nice." He's like, "Oh, a few of my coworkers have like typed on it. They're like, "Oh, wow, it's so nice." And then I guess like the IT guy was like, "Oh, this is the girlfriend that does everything, right?" So, yeah, he's like, "It's a really nice keyboard." And I might they might, want to get a keyboard from me. So we'll see. So I'm assuming you just put it in like this. Oh, it's just the Neo, the Neo one. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Yeah. I put Akko. They're like the Akko switches I put in there. So these fasteners are big enough that you can use your hands, but they there's also you can also use a screw bit to screw it in if your fingers are too big. So that's pretty nice. Surprise your company isn't like what? But yeah, that comment, honestly, I was thinking about it. I was like, do I do a lot of things? I guess it just never really occurred to me. I just thought it was like a normal thing to have like hobbies, but I guess what Ness said was right. A lot of people just don't. I mean, are they boring or are they just like so drained from corporate life that they don't have the energy? I mean, I do gaming too, right? Don't get off my clip. Wait, what? You guys, I tainted my TikTok algorithm because I watched this stupid parody of Naruto X Sasuke Love, and basically Sasuke was like losing his eyesight, and then apparently there was like a donor, and it ended up being Naruto, so I sent it to I know I was so freaking dumb, but I sent it to Insty and Ness. We have a group chat on TikTok. And yeah, I've just been getting tons of like Naruto X Sasuke reels now. And I know if I keep posting them in the group chat, Insty's just gonna leave it. So I gotta post some like heated rivalry, rainbow pride stuff to, kind of reel him back in. And once he's in the sauce, I'm gonna boom another Naruto X Sasuke. It was so dumb because so Sasuke was like losing his eyesight, and then he was like, "Oh, I found someone who was like donating my eye," and Naruto was like, he was like, "Yeah, you're gonna be okay. Like, And he was like alluding that he was the one who did it. And then after the surgery, he was like, Naruto, I can see again. And then, like, Naruto comes out and it was freaking Cyclops. Like, instead of him like missing one eye from right here and one eye right here, he just merged his one eye like a Cyclops. He's like, oh, Sasuke, I'm so glad you can see it. It was so dumb. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I will. So I get a lot of transformation videos too. I don't know if you guys have watched those, but it's like someone goes in with like really bad hair and like the barber like takes them from like a 2 to like a 10. And there was one that was like really, really dramatic. Like you could tell it was the same person, but it was still like, god damn, like what a transformation, right? Um, they do, yeah, but it was like this guy with really like stringy hair, and then they cut it. He ended up looking like a fuckboy, but someone commented, and it made me laugh so much. But it was like, guy. Okay, wait. What was it? I took a screenshot. It was so funny. Um, Hello TK, how you doing? Went from Dungeons and Dragons to drag me to the dungeon. So funny. I don't know. Just cracking up. Sometimes people are so funny. Uh, I know. It was a funny comment. I That was a good comment. I know some of these like hair transformations just like crazy. I do agree though, like hair can really make or break the way someone looks. Like I was jaded by the Himothy Ray Train, but I have since snapped out of it. Yeah, and like the bald monk, but that's like a rare case, right? Because I feel like most people don't look good with no hair, but he actually was like well, my FYP also is kind of woke sometimes, but I did have some people unfollow me because of my pride thing. And I was like, oh, good riddance. I feel like I probably should make a post to be like, hey, you know, I'm Asian. I support, I'm an ally. I hate Trump. If you support Trump, we're gonna have a problem. Like, in case it's not clear, right? Um, yeah. I like watching Yunari's content. I don't know if you guys know her, but she's like she has she's very like well spoken and I'm just like dang. Oh yeah, her cravings. I mean, I don't mind debating. I think talking about these topics is like really good. Um I just, sometimes people do have genuine reasons why they would vote for the Republican Party, and I get it, right? Because there are some political values that you really align with, for sure. However, right? However, I think there is something very, whenever I ask, like, oh, why do you support him? And, okay, true story, but, there is someone that I kind of know, and she is very like, you know, obviously doesn't support Trump, etc., but her fiance does, and I don't get it, right? Um, I'm like, why, right? And so I asked, I was like, why does he support him? And he was like, oh, he he agrees with his like financial. And I was like, I'm sorry, is your fiance like a multi-billionaire? Like how much does your fiance make? Like there's no way you're in that same tax bracket where you would even benefit. And his logic was he would like to get there, and in that case he would like to be, protected once he does. And it's like, are you fucking dumb? I'm sorry. But he it's just it was just crazy. It was just crazy. And this is the guy, by the way, who could not pay for the engagement ring on time, mind you. Okay. Not to spill any tea, but just saying. Okay. So I was just like, really? Really? You support him because you agree with how he treats billionaires and millionaires, which you are not, which you don't benefit. In fact, you like are suffering because of it. Like let me just like get this straight, right? It was just like, oh god. And so, um, I guess I was like I don't really know her. She's more like a friend of a friend, and it was like, girl, I don't know if I can hang out with you. I don't know if I feel comfortable around you and him, right? It's just, it makes me feel weird, you know? And this guy is half you, by the way. He's half Korean, half white. And so I was just like, but his girlfriend is Asian. I'm like, do you realize the dysphoria between, everything that's been going on and even having like an Asian girlfriend? Like, what's going on? But doesn't quite. Oh, I don't think these are actually for that. Yeah, they're not. Okay, I'm gonna take these off. Yeah, so I feel uncomfortable hanging out with them, and so I yeah. It's just so strange to me, right? And like I will tell you guys, like my parents, like there were times where my mom would vote Republican and vote Democratic. Like she actually would go back and forth because there were candidates, right? She didn't always vote like one way or the other, but I feel like there's been a very clear divide over it, and not to like talk politics too much because I know it's like a lot, and I'm sorry, but I feel like anyone who actually likes Donald Trump is someone that, I just don't see it. I don't get it, right? It's honestly crazy to me. And that goes for like also supporting someone that also supports him, okay? Like recently I I had an interaction where it's like, "Hey, you know that business owner is a huge Trumper, right?" Um like and then they were just like, "Yeah, but what can you do?" And I was like, you could not support that business? What the heck?" Like, doesn't it bother you knowing, like, I don't know. And so that was like kind of disappointing too. Because there have been products, like, if I find out, like, oh, that has like ties to like certain things, I will actually just like try to stop using it. Um, but the fact that, you know, people are just like, well, can't really help it, can't really like I mean, of course there's like things where, right. It's a long list. It's a long list. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's so weird. It's so weird. I don't get it. Hi, Boo. How you doing? You're good. I hope you like the matcha. You're tired? When is KeyCon? Today or tomorrow? There's been a lot of like flight delays and stuff. Tomorrow morning. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. Be safe. Don't go too crazy. I'm gonna try and go to the next KeyCon. This one was a little unfortunate because, you know, Connor lost his job. So it wasn't like really in the budget, but I do want to go to KeyCon. I really do like going to meetups. It's just, traveling's a little hard sometimes. This needle? You know what, though? If I go to meetups, I would see if into a room with me. I honestly loved, I would wake up and be like, tea. I'd go to sleep before he like tea. That was nice. And like, also, uh, when someone would like try to wake me up and he'd be like, it was funny when Vin would try to wake us up. I'd be like, no, and he'd be like, "Wake up, Addie! Wake up!" And then Incy would be like, "Girl, we're trying to sleep later." So it was really nice to kind of have someone like there in solidarity with me. Otherwise, I would have gotten bullied away. But Keyblife Hannah said that I could stay with her, so that's nice. I think housing is usually the killer when it comes to like finances. I don't know about that. I've heard some of the Airbnbs like blowing up. And I'm like, I'm good with one person. I work better in small groups, not gonna lie. I'm very, you know, I'm not a group person. I'm better like in smaller groups. Plus, it also depends on like people's sleeping schedules. Like, um, I am obviously a very heavy sleeper and I sleep weird hours, and I cannot room with someone who's a light sleeper. It's kind of a bad habit, but I'll wake up in the middle of the night and then I can't fall back asleep, and then I'm on my phone or I'm playing my Steam Deck. And sometimes that will wake like Connor up because he can hear my buttons clicking. Um, oh yeah. I mean, Lauren's kind of used to it now. She understands like how I am. Like my buttons clicking, you know. Yeah, they're like light sleepers. So Connor and Lauren are both light sleepers, but Connor and I snore. Lauren is it takes a lot for her to fall asleep, but once she does, she's like kind of in deepish sleep. Yeah, it's nice big lip right here. I mean, maybe in the future they'll come out with the 60%, you never know. It's funny because I took a nap today and Ginkgo was on the bed with me, and then I woke up. So it was funny because like her tail, so she has a curly tail, but then it uncurls when she sleeps, and it was like touching like my back, right? Her tail was like touching my back, and so then I don't know why, but whenever I'm like against her, I feel very relaxed, and so I just like fall asleep really quick, and then I woke up, and like her entire like back was like against my back, so we were sleeping back to back, and she was like dead asleep, right? And I woke up, I was like, oh, hello, Ginkgo. They're so cute. Yeah, so Ginkgo ended up curling up like against me, and we were sleeping together. And I feel bad for Connor because like there's been times where like I've napping with Ginkgo and he'll try to like sneak in and like nap with us, and then Ginkgo will wake up and be like, "Oh, you're here," and like try to go off the bed. Oh, oh shit! I'm the wrong layout. Well, Ginkgo gets really hot, so I did the wrong bottom row. Oh my goodness. Oh, I put all these on the wrong. Wow, I think I just like muscle memory the 7 euro, not knowing I went 6.25. Yeah, I did, because I like having the two keys instead of just the one. It uses the crown mounting style, which is, it's really cool. I'll show you in a little bit. You're back at your hotel or Airbnb or whatnot, or back home. Well, I don't know what you're doing for KeyCon. Oh, you're at home. Oh, okay. Ness, it was a 22 minute. Wow, that's how long it takes Joe to get to Austin. With no traffic. Okay, Joe's a slow driver. If you do exclamation point song, it tells you. There you go. Oh, I already told you. Yeah, I feel bad because I was like, hey Joe, are you close by the Galleria? I really need you to go buy these limited edition Doc Martens. He's like, it's like an hour. I'm like, oh, never mind. And he's just like, no, I can stop by on the way to work, on the way home. I'm like, really? So I have my limited edition Doc Martens because of Joe. I know, it's probably a pain in the ass, right? I hear you and Incy shit talk. Classic. Cantonese. It's okay, Incy and I shit talk too. But it's usually like heat of rivalry. Like the whole like Hudson Williams bullshit. I'm just like, what the heck? This is the most adult keyboard I've ever seen on your desk. Should I be offended right now? What are you trying to say? Yeah, what are you trying to say? Oh, wait. Someone actually made this comment. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I know this is like not my aesthetic, but someone made a comment saying it's almost like the Alex baseboard hammer got transferred to Xing Xing somehow. I don't like it. I was like, oh my goodness. What does that mean? Okay, I need to fix that. Okay, I need to fix that. We've actually been doing really well on Road to Everest. But I feel like there's not... The choices are a little bit more obvious. I don't know. I feel like this game has been a little easier, right? Or like the choices don't matter too much at the moment, but there's definitely like choices later on that kind of affect it. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we're just a little bit more familiar with like what they're trying to like imply, or like we've kind of assumed the role of like how the Empress is thinking and how we should be scheming. I think Insty and I have had a few crossroads, but overall it's been kind of similar-ish. Oh, yeah. Not really like decisions, you're right. Okay. Send her to the gulag. I think I've just kind of like got into the mindset, you know. How does it feel? I'm not gonna tell you yet. I'm gonna keep you on your toes, the anticipation. Okay. But first impression so far is there's like it's kind of messing with me a little bit because like I know it's not quite top mount, but there's almost like no feedback. It's strange, right? Like you would think with the way that it's mounted, it's just you would think there would be like that top mount feedback, but I think it's just because you're so used to what top mount feels. This doesn't quite have that, but it it's not squishy either, right? There's definitely like feedback if you like slam like this, but as someone who is like a light typer, yeah, there's almost like little to no feedback, but it's firm, but it's not stiff. Anyways, let me just do the typing test so you guys can see how it like sounds. I don't think it's isolated. No. Okay, let me mute real quick. Alright, so today we have the mode Encore. This is the 2026 version. We're using the copper plate, and this is with MX purples. There's no foam, and this is with the new crown mounting style. Well, I'm doing both plates, but I see that that's the thing that's surprising because with copper plates, I'm fully expecting something like very stiff, right? Um, but I think if you told me to guess the plate without knowing like the mounting system, I would not have guessed this was copper. I would have assumed something like, you know, a metal plate, but nothing like copper. Like, this doesn't quite feel like a copper plate, or at least, like, based on my experience, like, this doesn't quite feel like a copper plate. I think the way it types is actually very nice. Did you guys think that the sound sounded isolated? I didn't think so. This feels like very pleasant to type on, actually. It's kind of crazy, like, knowing the configuration, but not knowing the mounting. I think it definitely would have been very hard for me to, like, distinguish exactly what plate this was. And if you told me, like, it's copper, I'm like, oh, really? I think that would have been, like, my reaction, right? Um, so for those who are, like, just joining in and you don't know, like, the new mounting system, so it's called a crown mounting system. So it uses a custom shoulder bolt. So what that means is that it stops you at a certain point so that you can't screw it all in. Wait, do I have a screw? These don't have the parts. Here, let me just pull up the page so you guys can see the components. And I'll kind of walk you guys through it. We watched the video because I didn't want to confuse anyone, but this is what it looks like. Okay, so it's one, two, one, two, three, four, four components. Okay, so you have this custom bolt. Okay, so this part is like the crown. So think of like a watch, like the watch knobs, right? But there's still entry so you could screw it if your fingers are like a little too big. There's a spool that has the wave spring that's situated in between it, right? And then you have this other piece, right, to kind of keep it all aligned and in place. And then you have the main hardware piece, which is the bolt in general, right? So this is a shoulder bolt, as they called it. So you can see only the bottom part has screws, and then this other part is going to be a little thicker, and that's where the spool and the wave spring sits. So you screw this part in and then it will stop, okay? And then from here, so this is essentially, think like top mount, but instead of using like the normal top mount screws, you use these, right? And then the spring is basically there to kind of provide like the feedback for you, okay? Yeah, it's really fancy. So this part resembles a watch. You have the wave spring. I'm not done yet. I'm just kind of explaining the mounting points. So there are 8 mounting points, and they all use these like crown springs, right? So let's see. Oh yeah, right here. So crown mounting system. So you have the crown fastener, which is this part, right? So think like the watch. And then you have the silicone spool, which the wave spring sits in between, right? And this is to really just like, this is like the gasket part of it, okay? And then you have the brushing, which is, I'm guessing, this part right here. So you can see how the typing feedback would go. So I don't want to like diminish it and say it's basically like a top mount and a gasket mount had a baby, because it's a lot more intricate than that. But it almost sounds kind of like a top, or it almost sounds and works kind of like a top mount, but it doesn't have that like typing feedback, right? So it's very interesting. I was just typing on a copper plate, and I really couldn't believe that it was a copper plate. That kind of like gives you guys like some insight. So I'm actually gonna do a linear. I'm gonna do a linear spring or a linear switch, and then we'll do the other one with both switches. Just to really drag out the content, you know. I hope that's okay with you guys. Also, hello, Meat Burgon. Are you going to KeyCon? Beige? New. We are using what God intended, aka what they sent me, so that's it. Not your guys' God. The people who sent me this content, this package. Wait, Meep, I have to tell you a story, because you're Asian. But I went and had lunch with my sister and one of her friends, and her friend who's also Asian basically thought like I was the younger one and thought I was like mid-20s. And so I was like, oh no, I'm actually the older one. And he was like, oh my god, but you have such nice skin, like such youthful skin. And I'm like, I don't go outside. I was like, I don't touch grass. I'm very a homebody, so it's very, you know, like I don't have sun damage. And when I do go outside, it's SPF, right? Anyways. And so somehow got into a conversation with this lady, and she was talking about how she doesn't look her age. Okay, so she she was basically saying like, like people always think I'm like a lot younger than I actually am. And, I thought, wow, what a coincidence because someone literally told me that today too, right? And then Homegirl got defensive, was like, yeah, but you're Asian. So it's not even a compliment. And I was like, oh, okay. Sorry, I guess. But I thought about it later because I was like, why did she get so defensive? And I think it's probably because she thought I was like trying to one up her to be like, oh yeah, well it also happened, but it wasn't like that. It was literally just a pure coincidence because like I met someone new today and they thought like, I looked young, so I was like, oh wow, that's so funny because like that literally happened to me today too. And yeah, she just got really defensive. I was like, you're Asian. It's not even a compliment. I was like, oh, I mean, I guess you're not wrong, but but yeah, that's it. That was the only that was the story. Yeah, some guy thought I was mid-20s. But literally I told him I was like, I just don't go outside. Like I have good skin because I take care of myself for sure, but I literally just don't go outside. So I I avoid I avoid the elements. I hate the MX purple stems. I hate them. I hate them. No, I need to. I should have. My funny interaction with me Burgon recently was he thought my friend made this like Japanese milk loaf and she tried to make it into like a cat head because she has cats. Me Burgon is like, is that a millennial falcon? I'm like, not quite. It's a cat head. Close enough though. Cat head, millennial falcon. Like, it's kind of close, I guess. It do be kind of close. No, I didn't tell my friend. I think it would have made her sad. This closer, yes, I think Pressy solid. Gonna have a sleep well. So funny, Joe's making trim these nuts, and like my first reaction was like, okay, Unc. That was the first thought in my head. Sorry, Joe. Why is Steven Spielberg obsessed with aliens? I don't know. My dad really likes aliens too. Are you even Unk? I thought we were like, wait, I thought we were the same age. Or I thought you were younger. Pablo says he's not an Unk, but his back shorts built like one. Unfortunately. Sorry, Avo. They kept watching Disclosure Day trailers, so couldn't figure out. Oh. I wish I could hang upside down by my feet right now. That reminds me of whenever I travel, I'll go against a wall and I'll lay on my back, but then I'll put my legs against the wall because my ankles get so swollen that I need like the fluid to like flow back down. Ugh. My inflammation has gone like a little better over like the last few years, but like I think when I was first diagnosed with PCOS, my inflammation was like super bad. So whenever I went to TwitchCon, it was literally like a balloon. Thankfully, like a little bit more managed now, but oof, was not good. Undertaker. Has the Undertaker been retired for a long time? Did he come out of retirement? Is he dead yet? You're literally the one who brought him up. Why did you why don't you know? Hello, Fiddy, what's up? Okay, I have a question for you guys. Okay. If you knew your girlfriend was going to make banana bread, okay, she had 4 ripe bananas, like ready to go, okay, and then you ate 3 of them, knowing that she needed those for banana bread that she had been planning. Like she had purposely been waiting for the bananas to get ripened. What do you do after you've eaten 3 of 4 of her ripe bananas? Okay, well, the right answer is that you shouldn't have ate those bananas in the first place. But there's this guy who was like, on TikTok, was like, he's like, my girlfriend has been really excited to make banana bread, but I really like ripe bananas, so I ate 3 of the 4. He's like, is it really that deep, or what should I do? And then everyone was like, I hope she breaks up with your ass. And he was like, it's really not that deep. And they're like, it is that deep. You knew she was looking forward to it. Who cares if you like ripe ass bananas? Go get your own. But it's just kind of crazy where some guys are like, it's okay, bro, just go buy her new bananas. And it was like, but that's not the point, right? You can't just buy new ones, right? I mean, you can, but she had been like waiting for those bananas to like hit like the right time. And you were just like, whoop, I like ripe bananas. Well, he was just like, he's like, is it really that deep? And then people are like, how do you have a girlfriend? But I was just curious what you guys thought. It's like, I want everyone to watch the movie Obsession, because I really want to talk to you guys about it. Because there's like whole different types of like who you think the villain is in the movie. But I'm not gonna spoil it because I know some people still haven't watched it. But it's just really interesting where who you think is the actual villain. They delayed it. Bananas themselves aren't that deep. Not caring about your partner's wants is that deep. Yeah. Yeah. I was just like, hey, Connor. And I asked him, he was like, huh? He's like, I wouldn't eat the bananas in the first place. You would kill me. I'm like, exactly. Like, exactly. Yeah, I watched the video and I watched the way he was responding to comments, and I was like pissed off for her. Like I was just like, damn. Damn. It's one thing if like you didn't know and you ate it, but the fact that you knew and you were just like, well, I'll just buy her new ones, like, what? Like surely it had to be rage bait. Uh, the the part of me that's optimistic just thinks it's rage bait. Yeah, we'll watch Obsession and then we'll all talk about it. Also Interloper. I will need, oh god. I will need a video for this. Sorry to pull you out of retirement. Also, I saw this Threads post where some like some lady was like, on the behalf of all Asians, stop calling it lychee. They're like, it's lychee. Like, get it right. And I was like, excuse me. They're like, you're conforming to the way that colonizers say it. So say it the Asian way. I'm like, what? We call it 荔枝. Like, oh, you saw that, Avu? I took it down because I was like, meh. Oh, wait, no, you read that. Oh, you read it of movie night, yeah. I want to start posting clips too. Hi, Matt. Good night. Of my Twitch streams, but I don't know which clips are good because Insty clips everything out of context. So it's like, I'm like, what's the context? I know the context, but I'm like, will this do well? There's no context. No, it has to have a context. I I want to do a clip where it's like the Empress, where I'm like, man, I watch all these um Chinese dramas. I'm not gonna die. And then my very first death. But I looked and we actually do pretty well in comparison. Like there were some streams where like people had like 30 something deaths. I'm like, whoa, that's a lot. Okay, we're gonna see what uni. These are what the uni switches. Wing tree. Okay, one moment. Okay, this is with the wing tree uni switches. They're linear. Still copper plate. I really like how this feels. It's a very airy. It feels very airy. It feels like I don't know how to describe it. So it almost creates like a suspension between, right? And it just feels like you're typing on the in between. Like it feels very like not quite light. I don't know how to describe it. But this configuration, you know, I think is a very like it's like a louder, brighter sound, but the way it types, like, you guys know I'm a very light typer. I don't hate, but I don't like things with harsh feedbacks. But yeah, sometimes gaskets can be like a little mushy, and this is like that sweet in between. So it almost feels like typing on like a suspension plate, but without like that bounce that, you know, suspended things have. Does that make sense? They've basically taken like, wow, this was really nice. I think with the tactiles, it takes away from the typing experience because you have that tactility kind of like feedback that you feel from the switches, but with the linear, like you can really, I think the mounting really shines through that. Whoa. This feels really nice. And where? It might be a bug. I have a few little gnats on my plants. Like the tactility becomes more muted. No, I think the tactility basically takes away from the mounting. Where? Oh, it's gone now. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I wish you could type on this meep to kind of explain it better. I wish I was just better at like describing how it feels, but am I going to kick on? No. Connor got laid off. Has a new job now, so it's okay, but because he got laid off, it just wasn't in the budget. So maybe next year. Oh, this feels really nice. Also, hard to believe this is a copper plate. Really hard to believe. Huh. Let's try the carbon fiber plate and see how that is. I'm excited to try it. Oh, I'll have this for 2 weeks, so if you want to meet Friday, I can bring it. You can try it. Okay, so you know, like with like top mount or gasket, whenever you type, you have like that feedback and it's either bouncy or it's stiff, right? Imagine a board that is in between. There is no, yeah, there's not really that reverberation from the typing feedback. Like if you can just imagine how that feels, that's kind of what this feels, which is why I say it's kind of like airy, right? But if you're someone who likes that bouncy feel, this doesn't have that, in my opinion, right? But this has the crispiness of like the top mount sound, but not the feedback of the top mount, because I mean, obviously it's not top mount, but dang, that's cool. I use MX Browns. I I would assume that's like a light tactile, unless you think that's like a even lighter tactile. But I think you could definitely feel it with that, but of course I think you can feel it most with the linears personally. Well, I was using MX purples, which kind of like browns. I know some people might be like, actually, but basically. Okay, so this is how it's assembled, right? So very, very similar to top mount, but you can just unscrew it like this. They're more ergo clear, yeah. Disclaimer, I don't like tactile switches. I feel like Meepergon and I have very different tastes when it comes to keyboards. Which is not a bad thing. Do you know what Ness said earlier? He says this is the most adult keyboard he's seen on my desk. What the heck? Just because I like pink and girly and bright colors and what the heck? I know. Oh, wait, can I show you guys a board I'm gonna be getting? Have you guys seen the uh I'm getting one of these. Wait, not this one. I'm getting the tiny agar, but the Alice one. The agar micro. Yeah. Alex Odo's one? No, Alex and Bull did not ask me to review the board this time. Which I understand, you know. My viewership has like dropped dramatically, and also I stream keyboards as often as I can, which is not very often anymore, so I get it. From a marketing perspective, it probably doesn't make sense. Aw, it has, like, even though I'm building like the Encore, well, I'm at what, like 40 something viewers, so I get it. I've been playing a lot more games, but you know, it's really nice because someone actually said they've really been enjoying my gaming streams recently, and I'm like, oh, that's so sweet. It actually made my day. Can I build? Yeah, I can build it. I actually built mine. Did you see my ASCII? Yeah, so that comment really like cheered me up. Well, that's the thing. I do everything, but I haven't been as active. And I wonder if that's because people think I'm not reviewing keyboards anymore, or if it's because, like, I don't know. I don't know why. I also don't really want to ask because I feel like I'm gonna get a perfectly reasonable answer, which I already know, but I just think like hearing it from would be sad. And like also they don't like owe me anything, like just because like we're like acquainted doesn't mean like they have to send me a board, right? Typebox? No, I don't. What is Typebox? I don't think so. Yeah, someone did ask if I'm getting the new Alex full board, but I'm not. No. I I'm assuming they probably think I'm not into keyboards anymore, and probably think I don't have like the pull, which is fair, especially for like marketing purposes. But yeah, I will say, yeah, I'm a little sad, but I completely get it. Right? It's business at the end of the day. Oh yeah, yeah. I still do keyboard reviews. Like it's I some people have messaged me and asked me if I don't do keyboards anymore because like Instagram I'm always posting ceramics, and Twitch I'm always streaming games, but it's just I'm I don't have that content anymore. And um not to say that I don't like rebuilding, but I feel like there's only so much I could rebuild, right? Like, why rebuild a keyboard when I could just play a new game? Okay. I'm really hoping to my gaming streams to take off, but I think I need to post like Twitch clips, right? But that means I need to learn how to do that kind of editing or ask Interloper. Yeah, I mean, I was doing pottery streams for a while, but in case you guys are wondering like why I stopped doing it, it's because it was a safety thing. I would go there late at night and it was really easy to figure out like where my studio was, and it would just take like one person to like figure out, oh, she's at the studio by herself right now. Let's go mess with her, right? I mean, I'm not that big of a streamer where that's like an issue, but you just never know. And so for my own safety, it's like I want to do more pottery streams, but it's a little dangerous. Hi, Dave. Oh, wow, Dave. Thanks for the resub. Thanks. How is Hokum? Disappointing. You're hearing creepy noises late at night. Yeah, it's just once I get like a home studios, then I'll be able to like stream there, and I'll be able to stream a lot more, right? So that's the plan. But I post a lot of my ceramic videos on Instagram. Also, if you guys want me to review more boards, similar to what Meep does, actually really helps me out. If you know like a designer, or if you know someone who's about looking for reviewers and you're like, what about XXW? Right? That actually helps me out a lot too. I think a lot of the keyboards and a lot of the opportunities I've gotten have been from word of mouth, right? Yeah. I mean, um, I really hope that some of the keyboard reviews, like the reason people like don't reach out is not because of like who I am. I sometimes that is something I worry about because like I try my best to like be professional, but sometimes like I might do something that like people don't like, right? So I really hope it's never anything like professionally related if they don't want to like reach out to me. But I also get it, like if they want to work with someone with like a bigger audience. But my pipe dream is hoping that I could really, you know, grow my gaming streams and then also hopefully kind of carry that over to like the keyboard stuff. Um, but we'll see. I my ultimate goal is to break 100 average consistently. Um, I was kind of hitting those numbers with keyboards, but right, not anymore since it kind of like went down. Oh no. I should do more co-streams, but I don't know. I get I get nervous. The peanut dude. That so there's one creator that I got instantly weird vibes from too, and it was this guy who talks about his vasectomy all the time. And it was like, I get it, he's like trying to like spread awareness how like men should be more responsible about, you know, doing that. But the fact that he's just like, yeah, I nut in women all the time without the consequences, and it's like, I maybe that's like the reason you say that is to like really like get people's attentions, or it's like clickbait. But I don't know, sometimes the execution is kind of like, ooh, I don't know if I like that, right? Right. Oh, Kim knows who I'm talking about because what, you've met him before, right? Yeah, but it's like, I get he kind of has like the right intentions, but his execution is just so weird to me. Maybe he's a really nice person in real life, maybe, but it's just, there was one video I saw of him where I was like, that's weird. Plus it, not quite like nice guy vibes, where it's like, I'm such a nice guy, but it's kind of like, hey, you know, I'm such a progressive guy because I got a vasectomy, so my girl doesn't have to like go on birth control and I can like go crazy. And it's like, huh, interesting. Performative? Yeah, maybe. But this is just from his content. Maybe he could be really nice in real life. I don't know. But just watching his videos, I was like, I don't want to see this again. I mean, maybe it was just a bad video I watched. Maybe. But I got really weird vibes from it. I think he's going for the female gaze. Um, like he does have a lot of supporters. Like a lot of women are like, "Thank you for like saying something," but I think kind of like making your like, I guess your personality, but like it's just, it feels weird for me, if that makes sense. But I mean, Kim has watched his content. Maybe she takes it a different way than from what I did. Maybe the video I watched was just, you know, him trying to like add a hook for people to like stick around and watch, but it was definitely kind of weird for me. Good night, Avo. I have realized that you never want to meet your heroes. Yeah. I mean, do you guys want to watch his content? Maybe you guys can tell me, like, Patty, you're overreacting. But usually I feel like whenever I kind of like go woo woo woo, it's, I don't want to say it's spot on because like sometimes it's not, but you know, sometimes you just really get like the whole like, something feels weird, right? I might have linked it before, but um there's another person in town that found out um oh, these are missing the things. Oops. Oh yeah, no wonder. Okay. I was like, hold on. I found out that there was this restaurant owner that was basically sleeping with a lot of influencers just so they would like say good stuff about him. It's like, damn, that's crazy. I'm not gonna say who, but there's just a lot of stuff. There's a lot of bad stuff that I hear about. I'm like, whoa, what restaurant? No, I'm not gonna say anything. I think he just, you know, gives them free food and stuff, and eventually it led to like hooking up. And they just get free food all the time, and they rave about him on social media. Is he hot? I mean, he. I could see why people are attracted to him, but it's honestly not someone I would say is like hot, right? I'll go. Ness is like, don't worry, guys. I'll take the fall. I'll sleep with him and tell you guys if he's good or not. I will take the fall. The guy Patty and I talk about is pretty open about everything he does, and sometimes people need a private journal. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Um, because I don't want to start drama. Um, and this thing actually happens like all the time. You just have to know the right people to hear about it, right? Oh, well, he's not open about it. I see what you mean. No, no, he doesn't openly say like I sleep with influencers. No, it's just like um we found out that he has slept with multiple influencers, right? I mean, he doesn't openly go around like, "Hey, if you fuck me, I'll give you free food." Like, no, no, no. No one does that, because then you'd be like, okay, you're a sleazeball, right? But yeah. It's just definitely a more like hush hush type of thing. And you know, he will say like, "Oh yeah, like I've I've slept with that person." It's like, "Oh, really?" That's cool, I guess. Is he young? Let's just say he's 30 and flirty. Not ready to quite settle down. Oh, you don't kiss and tell? Kind of crazy because like um do I tell you guys a story? Okay, I'm not gonna name any specific names, okay? But basically, my cousin found this guy, and he basically, his Hinge profile was like disgusting, and he had pictures of himself. He would, the girl, they would sleep together, the girl would be asleep, and he would just like take a selfie of the girl sleeping. So it's his face in selfie, just to be like, hey, look what happened, right? And she sent it to me, and I was like, she sent me his profile, and then she sent me that, and I was like, holy shit, that's crazy. And then I looked at his face, and I was like, why does this guy look so familiar? And then he had the same name as one of my mutual friends, and I was like, oh shit, I think I know this guy. And then I asked my friend, and he was like, oh yeah, that's him. And I was like, oh. So I had to tell Lauren, I was like, I actually know, I have a friend who is good friends with that guy. And she was just like, well, that's disgusting, right? Because she was just like, why would you want to be friends with someone like that, right? Um, Long story short, we found out that that profile was made by some chick that he had ended things with, and she created a fake profile to basically like slight him. And I was like, oh damn, like that sucks. But then I was like, but wait a minute. Like, yeah, it sucks that she made this fake profile of him and we'll report it, but why does she have all those pictures? Why does he have all those pictures? Like, because like at the end of the day, it's like he still took those photos, right? And she just got to his like library, and then it was kind of like, oh, it's just kind of a thing he does. And I was like, okay, well, fantastic. Like, sure, this was like a burner dating profile, but he still had and took all those photos. So like he's still a piece of shit then, right? Um, But my biggest thing, the reason why like I escalated it to my mutual friend was because we have another friend who I think they kind of had like an on and off thing for a little bit. And I was just really worried that her picture would be on there because it was just a screenshot and I couldn't see like his profile. And so I was more worried about her. I was like, what if he has like her picture and he put it on there, right? Thankfully, she wasn't on there, but it was definitely, he's like, yeah, that's just a thing he does. And I'm like, that's crazy. That's insane. Like, oh, like I've never done the like whole dating thing like that, and or like the random hooking up, but can you like, can you imagine you're like sleeping after you did the dirty and then this person just takes like a secret photo of you? That's crazy. So like I felt bad for him for like a split second where I was like, oh shit, like this is a smear campaign, right? um but then I immediately was like, but why does he have these photos in the first place, right? Like that's the issue, right? Is that he has these photos in the first place. So, oh yeah. I mean, some people just like to have like a collection of like the people they sleep with, maybe. Yeah. So, if I were to ever interact with him again, which I have not, I would never be able to like, if I heard he was going, I'd be like, yeah, I don't want to go. Yeah, I feel like in some cases it could be like illegal, right? Like you can make a case for that. Isn't that a thing? I don't think so. Maybe in like Japanese culture. Okay. But yeah, this I don't know how we ended up on that topic, but I felt bad for him for like 1 second until I was like, okay, gross. He's still gross. Okay. Sorry, this is carbon fiber with the unis. Alright, this is the carbon fiber plate with the wing tree uni switches. Oh, you have the 2026 one? Or you're talking about the original Encore? You have this new one? With the crown mounting system? Because this one has the crown mounted. Mine doesn't have crown yet. This is the new one. The new one. He has the lettuce one, yeah. This is a new one. I would honestly say this one's really cool. This is actually a board I could see myself buying. I really like this mounting. Yeah, I mean, you'll if I see you next Friday, you can type on it. Oh, wait. You're into racing? I will actually be doing a pop-up Friday night at the sim racing place at night. If you're interested. Yeah. June 19th. That's the day you're free, right? If you need a ride and stuff, I can drive you, but we're gonna do with tactile switches though. Oh yeah, they have this new mounting system, which I think is really nice. It's at night. It's an evening event. Let me send you the post before I forget. Oh my God, I have so many notifications. It's called Tokyo Race Night. Yeah, I'll just send you the profile. Oh. I think the carbon fiber plate is actually a little... You can feel more of the plate with the carbon fiber, in my opinion. Kind of interesting, right? We're gonna do the purples. I'd say it's a little closer, but not quite. Okay, Meep, that means you can go to the event then, right? You can race. Meep is like gulp. Okay, sounds good. I will be there at night, so. Yeah, you know Girl Hero, who I did the RL stream with? It's her husband either owns or works there, Donnie. Yeah, I made that connection like later on, but they asked me if I wanted to do another event with them. I was like, yeah, I would love to. It's indoors. We have our own bar area. It's nice. AC. I've actually haven't been signing up for markets because it's all outdoors. And I'm like, I run hot. I sweat easily. I get inflamed. It's just these outdoor markets in Texas these days. It's just so, my body physically hates me for doing it. Yeah, me too. There's actually a market I was gonna do tomorrow because it's like really close to me, but they actually had they have a matcha vendor already. And then I looked at the weather. I'm like, oh, thank God, thank God I was rejected because I was like, I looked at the weather. I was like, oof, oof. I think currently I want to find like a bakery or like a little store that doesn't do matcha and see if they'd be interested in like partnering with me, but we'll see. I thought of one place and I was gonna go there, but it was like so shady inside because they're like, oh, why don't you go to this place and pop up? I was like, I'm gonna go check it out. Went and checked it out. Oh my God, it was so crazy. I was just like, there's no way. No, I'm just gonna make a girly board. I'm gonna send them ceramics and I'm gonna try and send 2 keyboards over to them. I really wanted to do like a pride theme, but I think it didn't necessarily have to be pride, so I went to the studio today and saw my kiln tech there, and I was like, are you loading? She's very nice. Her name's Grace. She's very cool. Yeah, I mean, all this stuff is due by next week, so it's kind of like, it's alright. I just need to figure out which keyboards I have and build with some extra stuff and then send it out, I think. I think having some non-pride stuff will be appealing for those who might not want the rainbows, even though that's like the point of a fundraiser. But I'm thinking I'm gonna send them a beige keyboard just to, like, really keep it, you know, neutral. And then also something else, but I'm still thinking about it. I've always felt weird about selling my review boards. It's just like a moral thing I've always struggled with. And maybe I should have just sold them, but I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I typically give away all my boards. Just because I feel like there's a moral dilemma with me whenever I get these free boards and then I try to like make money off of it, especially if like I was paid for the review. Like if I wasn't paid for the review and then like I'm like selling it to kind of make that money back, then yeah, sure. But there's some boards where like I was actually paid to do the review and then like others just try to like double dip. I don't know. I mean, at the same time, like I don't fault any creator for doing that because it's like make as much money as you can. Like it's a rough market out there, but it's just like for me morally, I've always felt very strange about it. Um, I'm not giving away my Midnight Rainbow. Sorry. Drop is gone. Drop is dead. Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, they're probably trying to make the most that they could. Oh. Oh, wow. One of my mutuals, or one of the ceramic artists I really liked following me back on TikTok. Oh, cool. Sorry. I I have a curse where I can't seem to hit 10K on Instagram. Like it's just plagued me all these years. And I know why. It's because I don't post consistently, but it's been my goal for like the last 2 years to hit 10K, but someone was like, why don't you just buy your followers to kind of get you over that edge? I'm like, no, no, that defeats the point. But I also think that my Instagram is kind of too muddled with like the personal stuff, and then also it doesn't quite have like a very cohesive theme anymore. I just kind of post whatever I want, and that can kind of deter people from following, right? Because they don't care about me, they care about the content I'm posting. And if it's like not what they want to see, then you know. But I actually really like shit posting, and I mean, you guys have seen my stories. Sometimes I feel like my really shitty humor, like you'll see it in my posts or like my Instagram stories. Um, but you know that comment where it's like, this is someone's humor, or unfortunately this is someone's humor. I'm like, yeah, unfortunately this is my humor type of deal, right? But I know I'm in a safe place because like I'll post something where I'm like, this is really fucking stupid, but I think it's like really funny. And then people will be like, haha. Like, thank you. Thank you for validating me. Even though like sometimes I'll send my humor stuff to Insty and he'll send me a pukey face. I'm like, that's okay. I saw it and now you gotta see it. I enjoyed it and now you can maybe enjoy it with me. That's fair. Instagram has kind of just become like a big advertising platform. The fact that the first post on my feed when I open the app is like an ad is crazy to me. And like, I don't even see posts by people that I follow. It's just like posts they think I would like. Or it's like I'll be scrolling through the stories and like, or I'll be scrolling through reels and I'll be in the bathroom, I'll be on the toilet, and then I'll like land on a reel, and then as I'm like getting up and doing it, it will like replay. And the algorithm's like, oh, you replayed this 12 times. You must really like it. Let me show you more. And then it's just like, even when I'm like, not interested, it's like, well, have a little less, but still have it, you know? And it's like, oh my God, help me. What do I do? It's relentless. And even when I like get notifications and I'm like not interested, no more alerts, it still doesn't. It just doesn't listen. It like will continue to show it to me. Oh yeah, I was actually talking to her about it. I was like, I was trying to help her. And then she showed me and I was like, holy shit, I'm so sorry. But you know how she was kind of getting mad at like those type of Instagram reels? I will say that I have been guilty of like posting those on my trial reels just to like see. Um but it's more like it's like the funny ones, you know. Um, all right. This is the last configuration that we have. This is carbon with MX purples. Okay. All right. This is our last configuration. This is carbon fiber with MX purples. I didn't say anything. I haven't even said anything yet. What do you guys think? Hold on. Why do I have more art bots? You guys help me. Okay, so let's talk about it. Okay. So we just built the 2026 Crown Encore. Um, I personally would buy this board. But I think it's very dependent on the kind of typing experience that you're looking for. Okay. Um, so in the video that we watched while I was doing stabilizers, it kind of talk about how, you know, it's in between like a top mount and like a gasket mount, right? They're really trying to figure out a way to avoid like the mushy, avoid like the stiff. And I actually think that they do a very good job of like achieving it, okay? Because the typing experience for this one is not very typical in the sense of like, um, if you like feeling, the reverberations, I think this actually does a very good job of not like diminishing it, but kind of, yeah, eliminating it based on like how the mounting, it's almost like a suspension mount without like the bounce. So if you're someone who really likes, a more bouncy board or like a more stiff board, maybe this might not be for you, but for me, it was like very, very pleasant, right? So it's really dependent on what you're trying to look for it, but I haven't really typed on anything like this. I think the closest was actually a mounting that Mellatrix is actually experimenting with, like the pogo pin, right? Where it's also, do you guys know like the magnetic levitation, right? So I don't want to say it's like closest to that because I don't think the magnetic levitation mount was ever correctly executed in any board, but this does feel like suspended and very airy, and um it's like it's kind of difficult for me to describe, but I really really enjoyed it, right? And so this is definitely one of those boards where if typing feel is very important to you and you're very peculiar about it, this kind of fits that peculiarity. It fits that like keyhole for certain people that you wouldn't really be able to find quite anywhere else. But I'd say if you're a very like hardcore traditionalist, you're like, it has to be top mount, it has to feel like top mount, it has to sound like top mount. This might not check those boxes for you, but it does I think have like that more loud profile of like the top mount just based on like how the board is designed, but it doesn't have that, harsh feedback that you would feel with the top mount. But some people really like that, right? Um, is this what magnetic levitation wish it were? Yeah, I mean, I would say it's like if I had to describe this feeling, or it feels like it doesn't really move, but it also doesn't like have, you know, that top mount feeling. When you type on it, you can feel you're pushing against the plate and the top mount, right? Um, this just when you type it's very pleasant, right? And so it kind of feels like it just absorbs it without like that bounce. Does that make sense? Because like with the gasket, whenever you type on it, right, it has space to move and you can actually feel that space moving. And then with the top mount, it doesn't move. So when you press it, it's like a very, like, you can really feel that you're like pressing it like that. But with this mounting, they've almost achieved like that. It doesn't really move, right? Like, obviously it moves because it uses, like, it's like a spring. It uses the wave spring, but yeah, it's very interesting. I wish you, I feel like this is definitely something you guys have to like feel in person to kind of like, um, get that. But I mean, even with isolation, it's still slightly different. I don't always like the hard limit of top mounts, so this whole idea of the mounting system is intriguing. Yeah. So we can talk about the board. This is the 2026 mode Encore with the new crown mounting system. So it's still the Encore, except it has a new mounting, also new colors. But as you guys can see, it is a 65%, right? But you still have the wooden accent, and then a majority of the case is still going to be aluminum, right? And it still has that big cherry lip that we all love with the arrow blocker, thick top and bottom bezels with slightly thinner side bezels. With this new one, there are 5 colorways, right? 5 colorways. The biggest thing for this is the new mounting system. And I think that is definitely the star of the show, right? We watched a video in case you guys missed it, but they talked about, like, they were designing a new keyboard, but they were trying to figure out this mounting system first. And they just decided to take the Encore and incorporate the new mounting system in this one. Because the Encore, I feel like, has always been a very popular board just based on, like, the aesthetic of it. But here's the top. Here's the side. So it's not that apparent, but this is a white top and this is a silver top, right? But from this side, you can see how the top piece or the middle piece really encompasses and goes over the bottom piece. You can see the wooden accent. You can see basically all the slices, right? So the wood, the aluminum middle piece, and then the aluminum bottom piece, right? And then you can see the little lip. There's only one colorway that has a different wooden accent. And then that same colorway is also the only one that doesn't have this two-toned, right, with the different middle piece and bottom piece. It actually has the same 2 colors. This is very close, but it is slightly different. Here is the back side. Oh my goodness. The heck? Here's the back side. So it does use these feet that do hide the screws right here. Yeah, that's the one that's out of stock, yeah. But very clean design overall, right? This kind of reminds me of like the cherry lip up front. Not quite, but it does have like that big like drop-off ledge. Here's the USB port side. Once again, you can see the slices, you can see the wooden accent, you can see the middle piece, you can see the bottom. And then here is the lip, where you cannot see the wooden accent, but you can see the top, the middle piece, and the bottom piece. And this kind of has the illusion whenever you look at it that a majority of the board is going to be wooden, but when you look on the sides, you actually realize that it's just an accent piece, which I think is the appropriate way to build this board. There are screws that keep this in, but it is threaded, so that's really nice. And then all the screws are going to be hidden underneath the feet. I'll take this apart so you guys can really see like the breakdown of the board internally. And then I'll go over the mounting system for those who might have missed it in the beginning. But it's actually really cool. I thought about just like going into it and like explaining it to you guys like how I saw it, but I think it was really good to kind of hear like for you guys to hear the design process behind it. And well, the Mod Musings logo is inside. It's inside now because he works with them now. He's like a full employee of Mode. Whereas I think before it was like more of a collaboration. It does use daughterboard JST, so be aware of that whenever you're opening it, if you're building it. They have incorporated force break all throughout the bottom case, so it was pre-installed for me. I'm assuming it's going to be pre-installed for you guys too, but this almost feels like a velvet. It's all around the screw points. And then here you can see these are like the cutouts to allow for space for the crown mounting because the screw bit is actually quite large. But this is the bottom case. And then this is the top case. So there, everything is found, I would say, on the top case. So it screws and it's assembled like a top mount, but it's not quite. And then here you can see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screws for the wooden accent, right? I'm not going to take it apart since we did it earlier, but the wooden accent is threaded, so you don't have to worry about stripping. But we'll show you, let me show you this. So this is big enough that I can just remove it using my hands. But there's also a middle piece so that if your hands are too big, or for whatever reason you can't get it off, like you can remove it using that. I really like it. I really like it. So this is the star of the show. Okay. So this is the star of the show. So there's a few things to pay attention here. So the first thing is the naming of this. So this bit is almost like the watch. So it's called crown, right? So that's what they named it after. But if you guys have ever like dialed the time on like a watch, right? So the same thing, same concept, except it's really, this is a really big one. Okay. And then you can see there's like a silicone spool, and in between the spool is this weird looking, almost similar like the lattice, right? Where it's kind of like wavy like, but this is called a wave spring, right? So this is the spool and this is the wave spring. Oh yeah, it's called wave. I was just describing that it kind of reminds me of the similar aesthetic that the lattice had, where it was like the very, like cheese wavy. But yeah, this is called the wave spring, and then it's incorporated onto the spool. Okay, so this is still right bouncy, or it's still a spring at the end of the day, but it's different from like your traditional spring, because you know how like traditional spring it's just one coil that goes up. This one is just like different. So it's like waves that are like put together, so it still has that spring action, right? So this is the spool, and then they have this one, which is kind of what ties it all together and also helps align it. So there's this piece that goes into the plate, but then also helps align like the wave and the top of the crown, right? And then here is the shoulder bolt, right? This is what keeps everything together. But the shoulder bolt, basically the screw threads stop right here. And then this part is where you would put the spool and the brushing, right? So the reason why they put that, right, and the reason why it stops and you can't screw it all the way is because if you were to do that, you would compress the spring so that it no longer has, it can no longer move. And they didn't want to do that. So this removes a lot of the user error, right, of people over screwing. So to assemble it all, right, so you would put the spool and the wave spring right here, and then you put this part right here. And so this is the component put together. Okay. So this part, you can see it helps align it and it still allows it to move. And that's why this screw threading stops right here so you can't overscrew it, right? And then you have the crown. You can turn it like that. And it assembles like a top mount. So you can see they went with 8 mounting styles. And so the holes in the plate are actually going to be a little bigger than like the traditional screws or screw holes. And that's the reason. The reason for that is so that this part, right? So let's see, you would screw it on this way. This part actually fits into this hole like this. So you see that's like the bottom part, right? And then the whole bit would go in like that. So this is what you're working with, okay? So you can see how it still has room to like compress, right? As you type on it, because this is what, yeah. So it would look like this from the top. So whatever you type on it, it still has like that bounce, right? Or that flexibility of movement. So it's not as soft as the gasket, but that's what they were trying to do. There's a lot of things that help anchor the board into place that I really appreciate. So this being right, this also helping it. I'd say if you're building it, don't forget this piece. So assuming you build it correctly, it was really easy to build, like don't get me wrong, like it's pretty straightforward, but if you're gonna swap out the plates a lot, one tip I would give you is just don't forget this piece, because I almost did earlier, right? I wasn't aware that this part had just like slid off and just stayed on this part, so then I started screwing it on, but then it was like a little wobbly, and then I realized like, oh, these pieces from the previous plate didn't come off with it, right? So when you're building it, just remember that these pieces come off, or they might stay on and you need to take them off, right? So we're gonna reassemble. But this is what that looks like. It's really cool, right? But yeah, you just assemble it like a top mount. You can just unscrew it here. So this one came off. This one also came off. So you have to make sure that you have all the pieces, right? Take this off. I'm taking these off because I want to show you the top case and what it has as well. Emotional springs. Oh, see, like this part came off. Okay. So if you look at the top piece, right, you can see that it has the little silicone pieces too to kind of like accompany, you know, this part being screwed in like this. Okay, let me screw this on without doing it like that. Show you guys what that looks like. Give me one moment. I'm a visual learner, so I could just say it, but personally I'm a visual learner, so I'm gonna show you guys what it looks like. Okay, so this is what it looks like screwed in without the plate, and as you can see, you see this like little gap right there? That's where your plate would rest. And so it's still compressed, but they have this like little silicone stopper to make sure that the plate is not actually against like the top piece. It is compressed in between those. And then here you can see how it would bounce like that. You can see it kind of moves. It's a little hard to do, but the idea is when you type, like this would go up and down based on how you're typing. But it is this the spring is a little harder to push down, and I think by incorporating the wave spring, it was. I think this is a very cool mounting. I think it's incorporated really well. The installation is easy. I think the only thing is like not forgetting like this piece that kind of sandwiches it all together. But in terms of build, it was very straightforward. Um, I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool. And I've kind of been struggling describing how it feels like typing wise, but I think the best way I've like come up with it with the help of that video is it is in between like a top and a gasket mount, but it doesn't move. It doesn't move, but it's weird because it usually when you think like it has no bounce, it's not flexible, you would think like, oh, it's probably really stiff or it has like a really um it has like a harder typing feedback, but no, they've oh, okay, yeah, see. Oh my god. Okay, I have to find that later. Okay, they have some pieces on here. Okay, okay. Um, yeah, I think that's it's just like I mentioned it, but yeah, the biggest thing is that little piece, right? Um, I lost my train of thought because that flew over there. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I think it was a little difficult for me to kind of like put into words, but this is definitely a board that I feel like you have to try typing yourself because it really is in between every like the gasket and the top mount, but it doesn't have the reverberations that some people might either really like or are used to. It's not like a bad thing. And then I was also asked like, would I buy this? And for me, the typing experience is very pleasant, but I could see someone maybe, wanting who likes like a more haptic like feedback, not enjoying it as much. But personally, for me, it was very, very pleasant to type on. As someone who is a lighter typer, um, and someone who gets like fatigued very, very fast. Um, yeah, I like it. I like it. I think what they have created here is very unique. Um, and I don't want to compare it to like the levitation mount because I think it's like it is like the design overall is very different, but I imagine like if I were to type on like a levitation mount that I think was well done, I imagine this is kind of how I would feel because it just doesn't really move and it just kind of like stays there, right? And so that's kind of like the closest thing I could come up with. But of course, like I don't think there has been a board that I've typed on that incorporated that idea of like no reverberation, no movement, but still like having that like suspended feeling. And I think this achieves that. So, um, yeah, my biggest thing is just uh keeping track of these pieces. um, but in terms of everything, very straightforward build. A lot of the force break are already like incorporated into the build, and if you're someone who is very peculiar about the way something feels whenever you type on it, this might be something that you enjoy. But if you're someone who really likes that feedback, you're not going to get that from this board. Um, yeah, this has a lot more. I want to say it's pre-assembled, but let's look at the product page. I feel like it's just been rambling, but we can look at the product page real quick. Okay, so this is the landing page, but they do have a configurator. So it starts at $299. So metal wood. So using a crown mounting, 65% layout. Here they talk about, everything that they did. Oh, here is the specs of the mounting system if you wanted to see like a closer photo of it. So the crown fastener, which is this part, the silicone spool where the wave spring sits, and then the brushing, right? And then this whole thing is a modified shoulder screw, right? Here's the measurements if you guys are interested. So they do have hot swap and solder. This hot swap didn't have split backspace, but I imagine for the ones that you guys are getting it will. But you can do stepped, you could do split backspace, you can do 7U or 6.25. Here are the materials that the board will come with or has, depending on the colorway you pick. But 4 plates, palm, aluminum, carbon fiber, and copper. It's kind of interesting because I felt like the copper was not as stiff than the carbon fiber, but maybe it's just like my configuration. But here's everything you get. And then here are the colorways. So mocha mushrooms unfortunately already sold out, but you have black sesame. Here's all the specs. You have matcha cream, mocha mushroom, Monterey Dune, and Studio Light. The biggest thing to take away from these is that, oh shoot, I think I said this wrong earlier. But you have walnut, 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 so 3 walnuts, and then you have 1 maple and 1 oak. So Monterey Dune is the only one with the same middle and bottom, and then you just have to make sure like the wooden accents, right? Here's like more photos of it. So we can build our configuration. So if you're interested in this configuration, copper is going to be the most expensive plate at $40. You can pick your switches. I did have the stabilizers, looks like they're sold out. Looks like they're also sold out of these keycaps, but if you're interested in half of the build that I have, it's $339. Oh, press fit feet. Okay, yeah, we talked about. Oh, so it does have a foam kit, but I didn't get that. Did I? Did I miss it? Saves me. Yeah, I used to tune stabilizers for people. They would just send me the stabilizers, ask me to tune them. The PCB of the stabilizers. I didn't see a foam kit in here, but it looks like there is one if you want one. Me Burgon, I would say try typing on it first and see how you like it. Do you want me to keep the purples in here? I'll keep the purples in here so you can try it out. But yeah, that's the board. One of the colorways is already sold out, but it looks like it ships in July. This is the black sesame. Walnut top, walnut, black aluminum middle, and charcoal bottom. Ooh. I think you also can buy different top pieces, but let me make sure. Oh, you cannot. Okay, so what you see is what you get. There, you're good. The Encore, did they let you guys buy different wooden accents before? I don't remember. It looks like this one you don't have that option. So they sell this separately, but this is technically not compatible with normal plates because you need the plate to have the bigger openings. Yeah, they have the oak and walnut, but you can't buy it like separately. It looks like it's just already configured for you. Yeah, I don't know either. It's a good question. All right, but that is the board. I really liked it. As someone who is a lighter typer, I really enjoyed it, and it's this is honestly something I could see myself getting for myself. Assuming they had like the right colorway. Like if yeah, I just think with the right colorway, I would probably buy it. I just feel like yeah, yep, I'm sold. Um, and I'm really excited to see their new keyboard because they've been working on it. They haven't released it, but really happy that they reached out to me and asked me if I'd want to review it, despite being retired. Nah, just kidding. I'm not retired. Um, but really appreciate that they reached out to me and let me build the board. But yeah, that's a build. I'm gonna end my YouTube. Bye bye. I really liked it. Yeah, I'm impressed. I would personally buy it, but of course, it's just based on my preference as a disclaimer. So yeah. Okay, bye bye YouTube. Okay. But yeah, thank you Mode. Thank you Matthew for sending this out to me. That's a build. Now we just reassemble everything. Well, so I'll have this ready. I can make my reel. F you YouTube. I had a few viewers over there, but I usually don't get anyone chatting, so I think your comments just going into void. Do you like being a July baby? Well, I'm a Cancer July, and God, I am just so emotional. I don't know. I wish I wasn't a July baby. I wish I was more grounded emotionally. But I'm sensitive. I don't know if it's apparent, but I'm sensitive. I'm sensitive. And I don't forget shit. Like, I wish I could be like, oh, they did me dirty. Like, I don't give a shit. No, I remember that forever. Yeah. And being, well, I don't know. I don't know if I would say I'm like empathetic, but definitely I'm just like, wow, you did this thing to me like 13 years ago. I don't know if I could ever forgive you. Like it's really bad, especially like for Connor because he could have done something like 10 years ago and I'm like, yeah, you remember that one time that you like did this thing to me that, was kind of bad. I mean, he doesn't done anything like crazy like that. It could literally just be like one day he didn't buy me the right food and then I'd be like, are you serious? But yeah, I'm too sensitive. Like, there's this picture where it's like, don't fuck with me, I will cry. And honestly, that's kind of me. So, do I like being a July baby? Sometimes, but sometimes I wish that I was. Just kidding. What is tzatziki sauce? You've never had tzatziki? Oh wow, NC, welcome back. Yeah. I like tzatziki sauce. I don't know. I mean, I feel like you guys have a somewhat good impression of me, but I feel like if Connor were to ever come on here and tell you guys like the crazy shit I say or the crazy things I like do, there's been so many times where he was like, I wish I was filming you so you could see how ridiculous you were being, right? And yeah, I do be a little bit crazy sometimes. and and he's so guarded because like I will ask him weird scenarios that he has conditioned, like I've conditioned him to like, I'll like ask him an innocent question and be like, where's this going? I'm like, and I do this thing where I'm like, I'll ask him something, he doesn't hear me, so I get pissed off, and I'm like, yes or no. He's immediately like, don't do this. He's like, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm like, well, I'm not asking again. Is it yes or no? He's like, I'm not doing this, right? So, I mean, you guys are lucky you're not dating me because I do be a little crazy and not in the fun way sometimes. I I have a really bad habit of like I don't like eating alone. I love eating, but I hate eating alone. So I'll be like, Connor, what do you want to eat? And he's like, I'm not very hungry, but I'll go with you. And I'm just like, I don't want to go. And it's taken him many years to just be like, okay, okay, I'll like get something small, right? But I am bad in that way where I'm like, what do you mean you're not hungry? Like, do you hate me? Like, what's going on? He's like, I don't hate you. I'm just not hungry, right? Once he was talking to me and he was saying how he gained a lot of weight since dating me because he used to go from like eating one meal to eating like 4 or 5 meals because of me. And then I got really upset because I was like, what do you mean I made you like gain weight? And then I got very defensive. I was like, are you not happy with me? Like, like, have you not gotten to try all these good foods? Like, do you regret dating me? Do you regret eating with me? Like, do you regret everything? And he's just like, oh my God, chill. But, it's just like, in my mind, it's like, I feel like eating with someone that you love every single meal is like, you know, I feel like that's the ultimate type of like spending time together because that's what I would do with my family. I wouldn't see my family, I'd be at school, but anytime I came home, like the one time we would all be sitting at the table together, finally eating. And I think you take it for granted when you're younger, but then once you're older, it's like, damn, I wish we had that like family dinner, right? And so I will make him eat with me, right? Because I'll cook something and then he'll be like, before, he'll be like, okay, I'm gonna go eat my room. I'm like, what? Like, what do you mean you're gonna go eat in your room? Come sit down at the dinner table and eat with me, you turd. But it was just like a concept that he just like never really got because his family, he would like take his plate and go to his room. I was never allowed to do that growing up. And I'm so glad that my parents forced me to like eat with them because now it's so hard to get us like all eating together that like even if I'm not able to do it with my family, like I hope that like my partner will like do it with me. And it's like the same concept too where like um I don't want to say I've trained him, but he knows not to eat without me. um, especially if I'm still cooking and certain dishes are ready, because I think that's really shitty. Like, I would literally sit there and wait until my mom is done cooking and we're all sitting down, we're all ready to eat. But for people that just like start eating, like especially at restaurants, like I will wait for everyone to get their food first before I start eating, right? Because that is just what I've been so ingrained to do, that whenever someone gets their dish and they just start eating, and by the time everyone gets their dish, they're like done eating. I'm like, well, bitch, if you had waited, like, we would all be eating together, okay? But of course, that's just like my upbringing. My partner and I have a routine where we both eat together. Yeah, it's he will ask me like, "Are we eating down here? Are we eating upstairs?" Right? Because I'm very peculiar about that. And I'm very insistent on like um eating together. Uh, and it makes me sad, like especially if I'm gonna hang out with friends and they eat beforehand, even though we had like made plans. I feel a little sad sometimes because I'm like, damn, you knew we are gonna hang out and you knew we are gonna eat. Like, what do you mean you like already ate? So like, do you hate me? Yeah, I feel bad. Just like they're like, I don't want to eat. I already ate. I'm like, oh, okay. Hang out means food. Yeah, so it's funny. I don't know if you guys, I don't remember who was here, but do you remember when one of my IRL friends came into chat? They're like, let's get food, because that's the only time we can actually get you to go out. Because they're like, hey, let's play board games. I'm like, no. And they're like, let's go eat. I'm like, okay. But yeah, my one of my IRL friends was like, let's go eat, because that's the only way we can get you out of the house. I'm like, oh shit. I guess that's kind of true, right? I'm always down for food. I just sometimes I get like social anxiety when we do like other stuff that's like not food. Or we'll go eat and they're like, okay, we're gonna go do so and so now. I'm like, I'm good. I'm gonna eat, I'm gonna go home. That's it for me. Yeah. I'm very peculiar in that way, but I just think that's because of how I was raised, right? Um it it does. Um my sister actually asked me if it was weird if someone asked you to help them get a reservation and then they didn't invite you to the thing that they asked you to help get a reservation. Is that weird? And I was like, yes, that's weird, right? Because um, I thought it was weird because I was like, so they asked you for your help to get that reservation, and then they didn't invite you. Did they tell you why? And then she's like, no, but she did invite me to something afterwards to celebrate. And I was like, okay, but did she tell you that she wasn't gonna invite you to that thing? So it's a reservation that's like really hard to get, but my sister's a food influencer, so she has pool like that. And you can only, it's like only 8 spots. Okay. She asked her to get it, and these are like keyboard drop reservations, okay? Like um like peak of the hobby, right? Like you have to get in queue, you have to like snag it, okay? So it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to get. So yeah, a person asked my sister to get it for them, and she wasn't invited. She like it's for her birthday. She didn't invite her. Well, no, like instead of her friend trying to actually get a reservation for herself, she's just like, "Oh, my birthday's coming up. Like, can you help me get one? Because I know you have like that kind of influence." And my sister's like, "Yeah, I can." And then come to find out she wasn't invited. She's like, "Oh, well." She like told her. She told me. I was like, "That's weird, right?" I was like, "It's one thing if she were like, can you help me get it? But like, I want to do a different dinner with you." But I don't know. I was like, that's weird. Isn't that weird? But she did tell me that didn't bother her too much because she has already been to that restaurant like a lot of times. But she said she felt worse whenever it was like a birthday party and they had like her and her boyfriend had planned something for her, and not only did she show up late, but she had went and ate with someone beforehand knowing that she was getting catering for her party, and also her boyfriend was going to cook like her favorite meal. If you're trying to get a thing, no, it was a party. It was a reservation for 8 people, but she didn't invite her. But my sister got her the reservation. That's weird. I think that's weird. Or at least if you're gonna say like, hey, I would love to invite you, but like all these people haven't gone, and I would like them to go at least once, right? And then just like tell her, right? And then my sister told me like she was actually more upset about that she showed up, was like, I'm not hungry, showed up late and was like, I'm not hungry, I already ate. And it's like, well, you knew I was catering for this event, you knew your boyfriend was cooking for you. What do you mean you went and like ate all you can eat sushi, right? And I was like, Amanda, like, that's not a good friend, that's not a considerate friend. Like, I was like, do the all you can eat sushi at a different time or some shit. Like, I don't know. She was telling me, and I was like, that's pretty shitty. Yeah, I mean that's what I told her, but I I think I'm also very jaded that, I don't believe in third chances, much less second chances. Like, if you do me wrong like once, I'll maybe give you a second chance if like I saw you as a friend. But if you were to wrong me like another time, it would literally, I would never, it would be like a never again moment. Personally. I think the worst thing is that it was like they went to all you can eat place knowing they had the birthday party. It's like, really? You knew you were getting catering, you knew your boyfriend was like cooking, and you went to all you can eat and stuffed your face. I would have been like, we're not, I'm never gonna do anything for you ever again. But maybe that's just me. Yeah. I mean, maybe I don't know the full story. Maybe, in her defense, she didn't know. But even if she didn't know, I would have been like, oh, all you can eat. I'm gonna eat, but I'm gonna eat less. Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm not her friend. I know of her, but I'm not her friend. But my sister kind of asked me for like a crazy check or like hey, what do you think about this? I'm like, that's insane. I'm like, that's not a friend. That's someone I'd be like, okay, bye. Talk to you never. But, you know. What did you think about her when you met her? What's her vibe? I didn't really get any kind of vibe from her. But, I mean, it's not my friend, so. Okay. We are done. Joe's birthday's in 3 days. Don't you guys forget, okay? The 16th. June 16th. Joe. At Joe. Your fellow Kanto brother. Alright. What now? Oh, there's Joe. Joe, your birthday is in a few days. Oh, Cam, I need to send you some of these. I'm gonna send these with your matcha bowl, but these are matcha shakers that you can use when you're sifting. Do you have a preference on what color? Wait, is Kim here? Oh god, I'm like just talking to the void. I'm gonna start selling some of these at my pop-ups. These little soot spritz. They're cute, right? Hello. I kind of want to go to studio because I have like pieces I need to glaze. Keyboard building time. We finished. We finished. It was about a 4-hour build, but we're done. This is the board we built. That's wild. What's wild? I already. Oh my god, I didn't end my YouTube stream. I thought I did.